Y puse una fianza de $50.
Sir, your next matter is 2 counts of driving under the influence, both as misdemeanors.
Sus próximos casos son 2 causas de conducción bajo los efectos de sustancias. Los 2 son faltas.
I cannot appoint you an attorney. That's going to be up to the Moon Valley judge.
No le puedo nombrar un abogado en lo relacionado con esas causas, así que eso dependerá del juez del juzgado de paz de Moon Valley.
Your next hearing with the Moon Valley judge is on the 16th day of April. Bond is $50.
Su próxima audiencia con el juez del juzgado de paz de Moon Valley es el día 16 de abril y su fianza son $50.
The last matter is possession of a weapon by a prohibited person and drug paraphernalia.
La última acusación es tenencia ilícita de un arma y artículos para el consumo de drogas.
Same attorney as the first case we called.
Nuevamente será el mismo abogado que se nombró para la primera causa.
Your next hearing on this is the 17th day of April, downtown Phoenix.
Su próxima audiencia, lo relacionado con este caso, será el 17 de abril en el tribunal del centro de Phoenix.
Because this allegedly happened while you were on felony release on another matter, you must be held non-bondable till the 17th.
Como usted supuestamente cometió este ilícito mientras usted estaba en libertad por otro delito, no tendrá derecho a fianza y quedará detenido hasta el 17.
Good luck, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
Miss Interpreter, that's the only one I saw, but in case I missed one, can you give me a courtesy announcement, please? Sign off already?
No, I like cut out people, but
Do we have any more officers?
¿Hay alguien más? Perdón, Your Honor. ¿Hay alguien más en la sala que necesite la ayuda de un intérprete? Levante la mano.
Apparently we do have one more. We're going to find out who it is. Miss interpreter ask this gentleman what his name is, please?
Señor, ¿cuál es su nombre?
José Guadalupe Guzmán.
José Guadalupe Guzmán.
Do you see what number that is yet?
42.
Thank you very much. Mr. Guzman, if you are partially bilingual, excuse me, please wait for the interpretation before you answer.
Señor, si usted es parcialmente bilingüe, por favor espere que la intérprete termine de interpretar para responder.
Your first matter is resisting arrest as a misdemeanor. I cannot appoint you an attorney on that case.
El primer caso es por resistir el arresto, eso es una falta y no le puedo nombrar un abogado en ese caso.
You're going to meet the Maryville judge on the 16th of this month.
Usted va a presentarse frente al juez del juzgado de paz de Maryville el 16 de este mes.
Bond is $50.
La fianza son $50.
The next matter is possession of a weapon by a prohibited person and discharge of a firearm within city limits.
Lo siguiente es tenencia ilícita de un arma y disparo de un arma de fuego en los límites de la ciudad.
The judge who issued this warrant, excuse me, wants a $3,000 bond.
El juez que emitió esta orden de arresto quiere que se fije una fianza de $3,000.
The next hearing is the 17th. Good luck, sir.
Su próxima audiencia es el día 17. Buena suerte, señor.
The court wants to thank and excuse the interpreter. Thank you very much, miss, for your help this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Thank you. Counsels, who wants to go first?
I appreciate that. Your Honor, David Campbell with Dean Cantor. If we could call Mr. Michael LaForest.
Mr. LaForest, why don't you come on up, Michael? Tell me your full name, Michael, please.
Michael Robert LaForest.
Thank you. And your attorney has come here for what's called a limited notice of appearance. That's just for this hearing only, unless you end up retaining him, but that's between you and him. Counsel, waive a reading?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, the county attorney wants a $1,000 bond. I'm inclined to release this gentleman on his own recognizance. Any objection?
No, Your Honor. We fully support him being released on his own recognizance. In my opinion, reading the Form 4, he should not have been arrested on these charges in the first place. This is a situation where he is being continuously harassed and abused by the alleged victim in this case. He has done everything in his power over the better part of the last year to try to distance and separate himself from her. If you look at the Form 4 here, he has priors listed for DV harassment, stalking, and a violation of a court order. Our office has been working closely with Detective Leah on those particular allegations, which make up the better part of this Form 4's factual basis here. Ms. Jackson here has filed an order of protection. She has dropped an order of protection. She has instigated a criminal investigation against Mr. LaForest, and then she has refused to participate in that criminal investigation. There is nothing about what is alleged in this Form 4 that constitutes probable cause for Mr. LaForest to have been arrested for taking the identity of another. The documents that are described in the Form 4 were returned to Ms. Jackson through his prior attorney. Those documents were left by Ms. Jackson at his house when she moved out. He did not take them. He did not do anything illegal with them. There is nothing in here to support a finding of probable cause that he took her identity for any purpose other than to return those documents back to her through his attorney as he was instructed to do. He is not a flight risk. He is residenced in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Counsel, I'm releasing him.
I understand. I appreciate that, and I will stop at that point. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Counsel.
If I may,
State,
I'm sorry.
I didn't know the state was with us. I apologize, State. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Stephen Garcia on behalf of the state. And Your Honor, if I may.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, respectfully, we did request a $1,000 secured appearance bond, and even based on the Form 4, that request can be considered low. There's no indication that there's any prior convictions. There is indication that the defendant or the suspect, as of today, was participating or is participating in a deferred prosecution for the charge of failure to comply with a court order, domestic violent offense out of Scottsdale, 2024. The Form 4, while a lot of the contents of the Form 4 predate the actual date of the alleged offense here, the state would urge the court to take them into consideration with regard to the danger that the defendant poses to the victim. Not necessarily the crime itself as an element, but definitely as a danger. There was an indication that the defendant on one occasion, for whatever reason, told an officer that the defendant is 100% certain that it's legal to send porn videos to people of the victim because these videos were posted already publicly. That's concerning. There's an indication that he was posted on his Facebook account that he was at a bar someplace in Florida within an hour of a residence that the victim had recently purchased, just after she had purchased it, or relatively recently after she purchased it. Let's see here. There was an indication that after the defendant came into possession of this information, that there were, how should I say, I guess, fraudulent attempts or attempts to access various accounts that the victim has, including Facebook, Uber, Lyft, Dropbox. And I understand defense is avowing to the court that the order of protection is no longer valid. Be that as it may, there's no indication that that is the case, at least in the Form 4. So given this prior conduct, it's also concerning that the defendant could use this information in order to violate that order of protection or continue to try to infiltrate or gain access to these accounts unlawfully. That being said, Your Honor, we are concerned about the safety of the victim. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, and I apologize for starting ahead of time, Mr. Garcia. I was told, or I thought that you would not participate in this, so I do apologize, accept my apology.
Oh, no problem.
I am going to, over Mr. Garcia's objection, release this gentleman on his own recognizance. And counsel, please explain to your client that he is on felony release at this point in time. If he were to send pornographic information out, that could be a felony and he would be held non-bondable. Just a thought that's not before the court. It's not right. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, do you want to participate on the other one, on this next one too?
No, Your Honor. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Counsel, why don't you come on up?
Thank you.
And what number is this, counsel's? Number 27.
You copy that?
27. Yes. Joseph, tell me your full name, please.
Joseph Kim Gastorf Jr.
Thank you, counsel. Please announce.
Dominic Olivetti on behalf of Joseph Gastorf, who's present in custody, standing to my left.
Thank you very much. Sir, this is a grand jury warrant for your arrest. Waive further reading, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. How do you want the court to proceed?
Your Honor, we are requesting a release or, in the alternative, of reduction of the $20,000 bond, whether by secured or by total cash value. Procedural background, Your Honor, on this case is important. Joseph lives in Michigan. He was taken into custody based on this warrant. He immediately retained us here in Arizona. He immediately retained an attorney there in the state of Michigan, worked on the extradition case. We were in the process of contacting the county attorney's office here to arrange some sort of transportation for him to arrive here outside of custody. Obviously, that did not happen, but the important facts are that he retained counsel immediately. In terms of his ability to make it to court, I think there's several positive factors that are working for him. He has a lot of incentive in terms of getting out of custody because he owns two businesses. He owns a cleaning company. He has 4 children. He is the breadwinner of his family. Remaining in custody will put a lot at risk. In terms of payroll, in terms of the business operations, obviously those are things that are going to be delayed and potentially detrimental to the business. In terms of his ability to make it to court, he does have people here in Arizona that he can stay with if necessary. If he is allowed to return to Michigan, there's going to be no concerns about him making it here. For court, he has connections in both states. As I've said, he's retained counsel. I think that, given his lack of criminal history, I think, of course, that's very important to state that he has absolutely nothing on his record. Your Honor, this is a situation where I think if once we find out a little bit more information, I think it's going to be helpful. Unfortunately, I can't speak to the nature of the allegations or anything of that, but I think that we'll probably be able to quickly find a resolution in this case. But I have all the confidence in the world that if Mr. Kastorf is released, that he'll be able to make it to court. In addition, Judge, if the bond conditions are not going to be amended in terms of the overall amount, we would ask that he be allowed, if he does bond out, to travel back to the state of Michigan for the aforementioned reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Over counsel's compelling argument, I'm going to enforce the grand jury bond at this point in time. Counsel, please bring it up with your opposing counsel at the next hearing. The next hearing is going to be on the 18th. And, sir, I am not allowing you to leave the state of Arizona. I'm going to leave that up to the next judge when you've got both prosecution and defense there. Sir, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Hearing is now concluded. Thank you, counsel. Okay. Michael Navarro? Michael, come on up, Michael. After Michael is Alfredo Murrieta. Alfredo, why don't you sit in the chair right next to the door? Tell me your full name.
Michael Anthony Navarro.
Thank you. Hold on just a second. Counsel, do we need something?
Your Honor, if I could address something very briefly on Mr. LaForest.
Let me get this guy off here, then I'll go ahead again. Well, let's do it this way. Contact Mr. Garcia and see if he wants to pretend the court's considering recalling the case. Michael, tell me your full name again.
Michael Anthony Navarro.
Mr. Navarro, this is a probation violation matter. I cannot appoint you an attorney in Pinal County. That's up to the Pinal County judge. You're going to meet the Pinal County judge on the 16th. That judge wants you held non-bondable until you meet him or her. The next one, sir, is disorderly conduct, again out of Pinal County. I'm going to set bond in the amount of $50. Strike that. The Justice of the Peace wants a $250 bond. I'm going to enforce that. But again, your next judge on the 16th can solve all of these. Good luck, sir.
Okay, so there's no bond on that one. Just wait to
the 16th.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Do we know if Mr. Garcia? Okay. Counsel, I can't recall it till I get Mr. Garcia, so give us a couple seconds.
Understood. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Mr. Murrieta? Come on in, Mr. Murrieta. And Fabian Munoz is after Murrieta. Tell me your full name, sir.
Alfredo Murrieta.
Ms. Murrieta, this is a narcotic drug case, a felony, as well as narcotic drugs transportation of sale, class 2 felony and a class 4 felony. Conspiracy as a felony and legal control of enterprise as a felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing is the 17th of April, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $100,000. Good luck, sir. Fabian, come on up, Fabian. And Miss Garcia is after, Teresa is after Fabian. Come on up, Mr. Munoz. Good morning, Mr. Munoz. Tell me your full name. Your name?
David Munoz.
Mr. Munoz, this is an aggravated assault case as a class 2 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing on this first matter is the 27th of April, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $25,000. The next one, sir, is a probation violation. Same attorney, sir. Same hearing date, the 17th, downtown Phoenix. A bond is $50. Please reach out to your probation officer. They may have some ideas about putting all this together to help you out. Good luck. Garcia, Miss Garcia. And after Miss Garcia is Jordan. Do me a favor, remove the hoodie. Thank you, Miss. Tell me your full name, please.
Teresa Garcia.
Miss Garcia, this is an aggravated assault case, a class 3 felony. I've appointed you an attorney. Your next hearing downtown Phoenix is the 17th of this month. Bond is set at $25,000. Good luck, Miss Garcia. Jordan, come on up, Jordan. After Jordan is Mark Kutzman. Mr. Garcia is back on the line. Mr. Garcia, hold on just one moment, and then I'm going to recall that earlier case at defense counsel's request. Miss, tell me your full name.
Jordan and Ciliano.
Miss, you have two different matters. First one is a warrant for your arrest regarding aggravated assault against a first responder. I've appointed you an attorney, Miss. Your next hearing is the 17th of April, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $25,000. The next one is aggravated assault on a first responder, different date, different petition, as well as an animal inflicting physical harm as a misdemeanor. Same attorney, same hearing date, the 17th. Different bond amount is $15,000. Good luck, Miss. Thank you. And that was number 47, correct? Yeah. Mr. Garcia, I apologize. The court is recalling Mr. LaForest's case at defense counsel's request. Mr. Garcia, please announce.
No problem, Your Honor. Stephen Garcia on behalf of the state.
Thank you. And counsel, please announce again.
Yes, Your Honor. David Campbell with DM Cantor. Our office represents Michael LaForest.
Thank you. And you asked to have this recalled. I apologize to both counsels for the delay in recalling it. Briefly, what did you want to tell the court?
Yes, and I do apologize as well. In speaking with Mr. LaForest about his release conditions, he informed me that tomorrow is his 60th birthday. He has plans to meet with his family and friends. There are 12 people currently in Lake Havasu, California, at Pirates Cove, for a trip that he has planned and paid for his 60th birthday. We are simply asking the court to modify the release condition to allow him to travel to California for the weekend. He will be back in Arizona on Monday, but we simply do not want to violate the court order with him leaving the state, and we ask that he just be given the allowance to spend his birthday with his family on the trip that he has planned and paid for in Pirates Cove, Lake Havasu, California.
Thank you. Without argument from Mr. Garcia, your request is denied at this point in time. I do apologize, sir, but you need to stay in Arizona, Maricopa County, until this is resolved or another judge changes it. Good luck, sir, and happy birthday. I'm sorry. We're off the record again. I apologize, Mr. Garcia. I apologize, counsel, for keeping it. All right, let's try to get back on track. Mark Kutzman. Mr. Kutzman, come on up, Mr. Kutzman. Angel Figueroa is after Mark. Good morning, sir. Tell me your full name.
Mark Anthony Kautzman.
I apologize for mispronouncing your last name, sir. I apologize. This first matter is theft of means of transportation as a Class 3 felony, taking the identity of another Class 4 felony. I've appointed you an attorney. Your next hearing date is the 17th, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $15,000. The next matter, sir, is fraudulent schemes, a Class 2 felony, again taking the identity of another, a Class 4 felony. Same attorney, same hearing date, the 17th, different bond amount, different bond is $5,000. Good luck, sir. Mr. Figueroa, Angel, and Armando Gonzalez is after Angel. Sir, do me a favor, take your hat off. Thank you, sir. Tell me your full name, please.
Angel Louis Figueroa.
Mr. Figueroa, you have 3 different matters. Also, you have something out of the Gilbert court, but I'm not in charge of that one. This first matter is a robbery, sir, Class 4 felony. Dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony.
Robbery?
Sir, I've appointed you an attorney. Your next hearing date is the 17th, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $10,000. The next 2 are both probation violation matters. Same attorney, sir. Same hearing date, the 17th. Each one of those probation violations has a $50 bond. I strongly suggest you reach out to the probation department and see if they've got some ideas that might help you. Good luck, sir.
Yeah.
Mr. Gonzalez, Armando, come on up, Armando. And Dustin Duran is after Armando.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Tell me your full name.
Armando Gonzalez.
Sir, this is impeding breathing, a Class 4 felony. I've appointed you an attorney. It's also a simple assault case, which is a misdemeanor. Your next hearing date is the 17th, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $10,000. The next one, sir, is driving on a suspended license and also leaving the scene of an accident. Both those are misdemeanors. I cannot appoint you an attorney on a misdemeanor case. That's up to the misdemeanor judge. You're going to meet that judge on the 16th, the Encanto Justice Court. Bond is at $50. Good luck, sir.
I got a question.
I may not have an answer, but go right ahead.
Well, I still feel innocent on because the lady that pressed those charges on me.
Sir, I strongly suggest you don't talk about the case.
Okay.
I don't want you to accidentally violate your rights. I've appointed you an attorney. You should have that conversation with your attorney, okay?
Am I able to have it today?
Pardon me?
Am I able to have it today?
You'll be between now and the next hearing date on the 16th. Good luck. Your attorney will get notice of you're with us unless you bond out. Good luck. Dustin Duran, Mr. Duran. Enrique is after Dustin. Good morning, sir. Tell me your full name.
Dustin Roman Duran.
Dustin, this first matter is a probation violation matter. I've appointed you an attorney. You're going to have a probation revocation hearing on the 17th, downtown Phoenix. I set bond in the amount of $50. The next one, sir, is organized retail theft, Class 4 felony. Same attorney, sir. Same hearing date, April 17th. Same location, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $2,500. Good luck, sir. Enrique, come on up, please. And then Miss Klein is after this gentleman. Tell me your full name, sir.
Enrique Moino, 2690.
You have a very soft voice. One more time, please.
Enrique Moino.
Thank you, sir, and I apologize for making you repeat yourself. This first one is a dangerous drug and narcotic drug case. Those are both Class 4 felonies. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Those are the underlying charges. Your probation violation hearing will be on the 17th, downtown Phoenix. I set bond in the amount of $50. The next one, sir, is a narcotic drugs possession case. Same attorney, sir. Same hearing date, the 17th. Different bond amount, $2,000. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Miss Klein? Come on up, Miss Klein. And then Darius Jones is after Miss Klein. Good morning, Miss Klein. Tell me your full name.
Deidre Klein.
Miss Klein, this is dangerous drugs possession, drug paraphernalia. That's Class 4 and Class 6 felony, criminal trespassing as a misdemeanor. I've appointed you an attorney, miss. Your next hearing is the 17th. Bond on this bench warrant is $1,000. I'm going to affirm that. Good luck, miss. Mr. Jones? Darius? Good morning, Mr. Jones. Tell me your full name.
Darius Leon Jones.
Mr. Jones, this first matter is a probation violation warrant for your arrest issued by the Honorable Rodney Mitchell. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing is the 17th on this probation violation matter, downtown Phoenix. Judge Mitchell wants a $750 bond. The next one, sir, is dangerous drugs as a Class 4 felony and drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony. Same attorney, sir. Same hearing date, the 17th. Different bond amount, $50. Please reach out to your probation officer. They may have some good ideas that might help you. Good luck, sir. Thanks. Joseph Barra. Joseph? And Revelis is after, strike that. Hayward is after Parra. Good morning, sir. Tell me your full name.
Joseph Parra.
Mr. Parra, this is a dangerous drug case. It's a Class 4 felony. I've appointed you an attorney. 2 hearing dates coming up, the 25th and 29th. You're being released to pretrial services. You'll be out of here in about 6 hours. That lovely lady to your left is going to hand you a whole bunch of paperwork. Make sure you read it all carefully because those are the rules you have to follow to stay out of trouble. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
You'll be out in about 6 hours.
Thank you.
Miss Hayward. Miss Hayward? And Revelis is after Hayward. Good morning, miss. Tell me your full name.
Drew Hayward?
Miss, this is a warrant for your arrest for dangerous drugs and narcotic drugs. Those are both Class 4 felonies. I've appointed you an attorney, miss. Your next hearing is the 25th of April, downtown Phoenix. You're being released on your own recognizance. You'll be out of here in about 6 hours. Show up on the 25th and take care of it. We have a deferral program that if you stay clean and sober, this will all go away. If you're interested,
Thank you.
Talk to your attorney. Good luck. Revelis? See? Yes, we did. Yeah, come on there, miss. Tell me your full name, please.
I'm Miss C. Grubble.
Thank you, miss. Miss, you have 2 different matters. The first one is a probation violation matter. I've appointed you an attorney on each one of these matters. Your probation revocation is going to be on the 17th of this month, downtown Phoenix. You're being released on your own recognizance. The next one's another probation violation. Same attorney, same hearing date, the 17th. Same release on your own recognizance. You'll be out here in about 6 hours, so about 2:30 this afternoon. You'll be stepping outside this building. When you step outside this building, you must contact your probation officer. If you follow their rules and my rules, you're given the next judge you meet on the 17th 2 good reasons to not put you in prison on the 17th. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck. Murray, come on up. Murray. Leffers. Mr. Leffers. And then Jones is after Murray. Geisen. Tell me your full name, sir. Your name.
Good morning, sir.
What's your name?
Murray Leffers. I need the headphones.
We're going to get them.
I can't hear them, sir.
He's giving them to you.
My 70-year-old ears don't work anymore.
I can empathize. Can you hear me now, sir?
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Tell me your name, Murray.
Murray Jones Leffers, Jr.
Thank you. Sir, you've got 3 different matters. The first one is threatening and intimidating. I've appointed you an attorney. Your next hearing is the 25th. You're being released on your own recognizance on that matter. The next one, sir, is theft as a misdemeanor, I cannot appoint you an attorney. You're going to meet the judge who can on the 29th day of April.
At the ASU or the Mesa Court, sir?
Yes. You're being released on your own recognizance. And the last one's a probation violation matter, sir.
I didn't have a probation violation.
Sir, my turn first. I'm appointing you an attorney on that. You're going to meet your probation revocation judge on the 17th, and again, you're being released on your own recognizance. The only reason you're being released on your own recognizance is because I think you need to see your case manager. Contact your case manager as soon as you get out of here. I know that the case manager may be the victim on the first case.
Jacob is part of it. He knew a woman attacked me.
Sir. Contact the case manager and ask for his supervisor to talk to you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Good luck.
When am I getting out, sir?
6 hours. Good luck.
Thank you, man. You're a fair, honest judge.
Good luck. Good luck. Thank you, officer. Thank you, miss, for taking care of that. Mr. Geisen, Jones, come on up. Vanessa Ortiz is after Jones. Tell me your full name, please.
Geisen, Jakari Jones.
Mr. Jones, this is a criminal trespassing as a misdemeanor. I cannot appoint you an attorney. That's up to the misdemeanor judge. You're going to meet him or her on the 29th of April at the University Lakes Justice Court. You're being released on your own recognizance, sir. Good luck. You'll be out in about 6 hours.
Okay, God bless you. Thank you, sir.
Good luck. Vanessa, Miss Ortiz, come on up, Ms. Vanessa. And Benjamin Hernandez is after Vanessa. Good morning, miss. Tell me your full name.
Good morning, Vanessa Ortiz.
Miss, this is taking the identity of another, which is a Class 4 felony, narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, miss. You have 2 hearing dates coming up, downtown Phoenix, the 25th and the 29th. You're being released on your own recognizance. Just show up and take care of these on the 25th.
Yes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, miss, wait right there.
Oh.
You have one more matter, miss. The next matter is a probation violation. Same attorney. Your probation revocation is going to be on the 17th. Again, you're being released on your own recognizance. As soon as you step outside this building between 2 and 3 o'clock this afternoon, contact your probation officer. They'll give you some rules. I'm giving you some rules. You're given the next, if you follow mine and your probation officer's rules, you're given the next judge you meet on the 17th. 2 good reasons to not put you in prison on the 17th.
Okay.
Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Benjamin. Mr. Hernandez. Good morning, Mr. Hernandez. Tell me your full name.
Benjamin Garcia Hernandez.
Mr. Hernandez, this is a probation violation matter. I've appointed you an attorney. Your next hearing is going to be on the 17th, downtown Phoenix. You're being released on your own recognizance. You'll be out of here in about 6 hours.
Thank you, sir.
As soon as you step outside this building between 2 and 3 o'clock this afternoon, contact your PO.
Yes, sir.
If you follow their rules and my rules, you're given the next judge you meet on the 17th. Pretty good reasons to not put you in prison on the 17th.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
We're clearing the courtroom.
I thank you very much. And we're just going to sit here until we get the courtroom cleared. I apologize. This is longer than I anticipated. You got to ask, when you represent someone, if it's legal, you gotta ask for it, even though he knew in his heart what I was going to do. Oh well, he did it with a straight face, so I gotta like that.
So I have a question. Did we phone Lopez from P4 already?
Yes, I did. Yes, he's done it. At LBJ, yeah, I took care of him about an hour ago, maybe. Thank you very much, officer. And they're all behaving wonderfully. So, oh yeah, well, and I appreciate that. Sir, tell me your full name.
Pedro Gabriel Berger Pinheiro.
Sir, first off, the officer did you a big favor. Charges like these tend to make people upset. When people get upset in a facility such as this, somebody gets hurt. My goal is for you not to get hurt And what you need to do is not talk to anybody about these charges except your attorney. Don't show anybody the paperwork. Sir, your charge was 10 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor. Those are all Class 2 felonies. Sir, it appears you've already retained counsel. Is that correct?
I'm so sorry. What?
Have you already hired an attorney?
No.
Then let me, officer, I owe everybody an apology then. I'm going to change something. I'm going to find you are indigent. I'm going to get you an attorney for your next hearing. Bond is $150,000 cash. Also restrictions on making contacts with victims, restriction on having any contact with anyone under the age of 18, and also a restriction on using the internet. All of this can be changed with the next judge you meet. Good luck, sir. And I apologize to the officer and the young lady. I made a typo error. The rest are behavioral issues. That's Mr.
I'm so sorry, Becky, you didn't include the attorney on it?
I did not on the first one. The second one, did I make a mistake again?
No, because you were adding an attorney to the case.
I thought I did. Okay, let me edit it again. Thank you for catching that. Now did I do it right? I don't know what I would do without Tommy. All right, Juan Lopez is a behavioral issue. He's not brought to court because of that. Dangerous drugs and criminal damage are his 2 counts. I've appointed him an attorney. His next hearing date is the 25th. He's being released on his own recognizance. Larry Pritchard is number 19 and 37. Again, a behavioral issue, aggravated assault. Class 4 felony. I've appointed him an attorney. Bond is set at $25,000. His next hearing date is the 27th. Strike that, the 17th of April, downtown Phoenix. The next matter Larry has, number 37 is a probation violation. Same attorney. The hearing date is the 17th. I set bond in the amount of $50. I'll tell him to contact his PO and see if his PO has some good ideas for him. Thomas Benjamin, also behavioral issue, dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony. I've appointed him an attorney. His next hearing date is on the 25th. He's being released to pretrial services. I'll tell him to read all the paperwork carefully. And then Sedona Van Kirk is the last matter, criminal trespassing. I cannot appoint her an attorney. Their next hearing date is on the first day of May, downtown at the North Mesa Justice Court. She's being released on her own recognizance with restrictions regarding contact of the victim and returning to the scene of the alleged crime. Did I miss anything else? All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Tom.
Bless you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing all right. How's everyone else?
Oh, it's happy Friday for everybody, Cap.
Excellent.
If I may, Mr. Abel Jesus has refused this morning's court.
Let's find him. 102. All right. So I'll just send him to you. So we'll continue him to this evening.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And Your Honor, if the interpreter may, I don't see a Spanish speaker on today's list.
Is that correct? Someone at the jail? Is there anyone who needs the Spanish interpreter?
That looks correct, Your Honor. We asked, and I got nobody asking for one, so we should be good.
Thank you so much. You're excused.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too.
You let me know when you're ready, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm ready whenever everyone else is. Okay.
I'm going to seat Mr. Mendoza then.
Sounds good. Good morning. Please state your name.
Jorge Eduardo Mendoza.
Mr. Mendoza, this is the time for your initial appearance on a number of matters out of Tucson City Court. It looks like there are about 6 different counts of criminal trespass, a count of unlawful possession of prescription drugs, a couple of charges of possession of drug paraphernalia, 2 charges of disorderly conduct, and an indecent exposure. These were all in failure to appear status. Warrants had issued for your arrest on these cases. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am appointing the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $1,000. That's cash or secured. You're ordered to possess, if you are able to post that bond and be released, you're ordered to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, have no contact of any kind with any of the victims on the charges that have victims, do not return to the incident locations on any of those charges, and to abide by any other conditions of release that were ordered previously in these matters. Your next court date, if you remain in custody, will be April 18th at 1:45 for a video review with Judge Maldonado. And if you are released because you've posted bond, your next court date instead will be on May 8th at 2 p.m., also before Judge Maldonado at Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear after being released, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. You're excused.
Sure.
Oh, yes. I had a feeling I missed some of those. In more than one case, probably.
All the way around to the first seat, okay? This meeting fast. Oops. You can look at what's coming up around chair. I'm even far. Sorry, Judge Departure. Yeah, we had a guy sit down next to me for a second.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Christopher Brooks, y'all.
Mr. Brooks, this is a time for your initial appearance on a number of different matters. Out of Pima County Justice Court, there are charges from December of 2023 of shoplifting, possession of drug paraphernalia, criminal trespass, from October of 2023 of theft, and from July and September of 2024, shoplifting and failure to appear for your court date. And then there are a number of matters out of Tucson City Court, which include unlawful possession of prescription drugs, unlawful possession of drug paraphernalia, criminal trespass, theft, and then there are just multiples of those same charges from different occasions. You have the right to remain silent on all of these cases. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. In the Pima County Justice Court cases, I am appointing Jill Gukin to represent you. Her phone number will be on the paperwork you receive. And I am going to order on each of those cases a bond of $150, cash or secured. Your next court date for all of the misdemeanor cases in Pima County Justice Court will be Monday, April 14th at 1 p.m. before Judge Pesquiera. If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing. If you post bond and are released, then it will be your responsibility to appear. And if you were to fail to appear, then a warrant could issue for your arrest. On the Tucson City Court charges, I am going to order a total bond covering all of those matters of $1,000, cash or secured. You're further ordered to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, have no contact with any of the victims, do not return to any of the incident locations for the charges that have victims, and abide by any previously ordered conditions of release. The Tucson City Public Defender is appointed to represent you in those cases. If you remain in custody, your next court date for those cases is going to be April 18th at 1:45 before Judge Maldonado. And if you are released, then your court date will be May 19th at 9 a.m. at Tucson City Court, also before Judge Maldonado. If you were to fail to appear for that hearing, warrants could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
Omar Cisneros. Sir, left-hand side, down the steps all the way out.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Omar Cisneros.
Mr. Cisneros, you're here on a few different matters out of Pima County Justice Court today. It looks like we have a DUI charge. We have a criminal damage, domestic violence offense from November of 2024. We have criminal trespass, criminal damage, and disorderly conduct, domestic violence from November of 2024. We have criminal damage, domestic violence from November of 2024. And that DUI dates back to 2016. There's also the August of 2020 domestic violence, threats, or intimidation charge. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am appointing Robin Ald to represent you, and the phone number to reach your attorney will be on the paperwork you receive after court. I'm ordering that you are, on each of these 6 different matters, held on a bond of $250, cash or secured. That's individual in each case. If you are able to post bond and be released, the additional orders are that you do not drive if you don't have a valid driver's license, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, and no contact with the alleged victims. Don't return to the incident location. Your next court date will be April 14th. That's Monday at 1 p.m. with Judge Pesquiera. If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing. If you were to be released upon posting bond, it would be your responsibility to appear. And if you failed to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest in each matter. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Keenly?
And I'm sorry, sir. I'm ordering a bond of $250 in the DUI and $500 each in the domestic violence cases. I said that wrong. Thank you. Now you're excused.
Each. Your Honor, so what would the total bond be?
That would be $2,250, I think.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. And please state your name.
Lawrence Michael Keemley.
Mr. Keemley, this is the time for your initial appearance on a couple of different matters. It looks like there are shoplifting charges out of Pima County Justice Court from August of 2024 and from February of 2025, along with a failure to appear. And then there are some Tucson City Court matters, which include a couple of charges of possession of drug paraphernalia, a charge of criminal trespass, a charge of unlawful possession of prescription drugs, and another criminal trespass. On all of these matters, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. And let me just take a quick look here. I will appoint Adam Waters to represent you in the Pima County Justice Court matters. And then the Tucson City Public Defender will be appointed to represent you in the Tucson City Court matters. We are going to talk this morning about your conditions of release in each case. For the Pima County Justice Court cases, I'm going to order that you're held on a bond of $150 cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond and be released, then the additional orders are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, do not return to the incident locations of the shoplifting charges, and no contact with the alleged victims of those charges. Your next court date for the Justice Court cases will be on Monday at 1 o'clock before Judge Pesquiera. If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing, and if you are released, it will be your responsibility to appear. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then on the Tucson City Court matters, for all of those together, I'm going to order a bond of $500 cash or secured. The additional orders will be that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, have no contact of any kind with the alleged victims of the criminal trespass, do not return to those incident locations, and abide by any previously ordered conditions of release. If you remain in custody, your next court date on those cases is going to be April 18th at 1:45 p.m. for a video review. And if you are able to post bond and be released, then your next court date will be May 7th at 9:30 a.m. for a pretrial conference. And if you were to fail to appear after release for those hearings, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
So I might not be released until May 7th?
No, well, I don't know when you'll be released, sir, but if you remain in custody, your next court date will be April 18th.
Okay. Then I might get released April 18th?
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions?
No.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Lopez Thomas.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Thomas Lopez.
Mr. Lopez, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here on a matter out of Pima County Justice Court from 2019 for interfering with judicial proceedings. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf, sir. Let's take a quick look. If I were to order that you be released on your promise to appear for your future court date, sir, would you appear for your court date?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to order that you're released on your promise to appear. That court date is going to be May 6th at 11:30 in the morning. Nope. Oh, yeah, that is correct. That's before Judge Steele. If you were to fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant would likely issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The additional conditions of release are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, have no contact with the alleged victim, do not go to their residence or workplace. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You're excused. Thank you.
Thank you. Need somewhere to get it? Oh, that's it. Far left hand side.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Martinez via.
Miss Martinez, this is your time. This is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of disorderly conduct, which is a domestic violence offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. Just checking. Oh my goodness. All right, there we go. All right. If I were to order that you be released on your promise to appear for your next court date, would you appear for your next court date?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to order that you're released on your promise to appear. The additional orders are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs and commit no acts of domestic violence. Your next court date is going to be April 21st at 10:30 in the morning before Judge Pesquera at Pima County Justice Court. You'll also receive some paperwork that says that as well. If you were to fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Mendoza?
Please state your name.
Miguel Mendoza?
Mr. Mendoza, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here on charges of possession of drugs paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. Sir, let me see. What was that all about?
Hey.
If I were to order that you be released on your promise to appear, would you appear for your next court date?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to order that you are released on your promise to appear. The additional orders are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. And then your next court date will be April 21st at 8:30 in the morning before Judge Pesquera.
Yes, but I'm not going to be seeing you.
Oh, wait. Sorry. I'm sorry. I just realized what I was missing here. You do have a hold from your probation. So if I ordered that you were released, you wouldn't be released until that was resolved anyway. So if I order that you remain in custody on this charge, you'll be able to be seen in this charge on Monday. So since you'll be remaining in custody on the probation matter anyway, I'll order that you are held on a bond of $50. That way, if your probation matter is to clear up before Monday, you could post the $50 to be released, okay?
Right.
All right. Then your next court date instead will be April 14th at 1 p.m. That'll also be before Judge Pesquera at Pima County Justice Court. And if you are released and then fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Your excuse.
Richardson?
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name.
Alyssa Richardson.
Ms. Richardson, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here on charges of criminal damage. That is a domestic violence offense. It's my understanding that your mother is present on the line this morning, and in a moment I will ask her if she has anything she wants to add. For now, let me let you know that you do have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. So then we're going to talk about your conditions of release. And Ms. Carol Richardson, is there something you would like me to know as I consider the conditions of release for Alyssa Richardson? I kind of heard you, but it was breaking up. Could you try again?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. My daughter is actually visiting from New York. She is scheduled to return to New York tomorrow. When I dialed 911, I did not realize that it could be the result could be an arrest for damaging a paper towel holder. And this is really more of a family member matter. My daughter does have a mental health condition, which is called borderline personality disorder, which can cause extreme highs and lows. We had a discussion that got out of hand and heated, and things were thrown. We were actually in a good place at the time the police arrived. We were talking about what had happened, and I was frankly shocked when they arrested her. I understand Arizona is different than other states that we have lived in, but this is the first time anything like this has happened and police have been called. So I really am sad that this situation has come up. I'm sad that the police were involved in it, and I'd really like to see some leniency for my daughter.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, so I am going to order today that you're released on your promise to appear for future court dates. I understand that you are planning to leave the state. I want to let you know that unless and until you hear that the charges have been dismissed, you are still required to make arrangements to appear for your court date, okay? Your court date is going to be May 6th at 8:30. So you can reach out to the court. Sarita Municipal Court is where your charge is out of, to see if they will let you appear telephonically or virtually in some manner. And if they do not, then you may need to seek the services of an attorney to request a motion to continue if you can't be there that day. And then the additional orders are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs and commit no acts of domestic violence while you are on release for this case. If you were to fail to appear for your future court date and the case was remaining active, then a warrant would likely issue for your arrest, okay? All right, you're excused for today. Thank you.
Bowles? Sorry.
Good morning, please state your name.
Ian David Bowles.
Oh, that is nice. Okay. Yep. All right. Good morning, Mr. Bowles. This is the time for your initial appearance on a couple of different matters out of Pima County. Tucson City Court, you are here on charges of criminal trespass and theft, shoplifting, which are from 2019, and were in failure to appear status, and a warrant had been issued for your arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in certain situations, and and I would likely appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today, sir, and it looks like you did appear on these charges back in 2020, and you were released on your promise to appear for court, and then you did not appear for your future court dates. Do you have an explanation that you would like to share for why you did not appear for your court dates? And keep in mind that you don't have to, and anything you say can and will be used against you.
I was going through a divorce at the time, and I went ahead and got the divorce done. And it's just dividing up the house and dividing up everything was really hard to do. But I got everything settled and stuff like that. I got a new job underneath my belt. Got a residence of where I'm living at now, and back on track with things. So, be no problem for me to take a court date.
All right, so if I did release you today, you would show up for your court date in Tucson City Court?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to give you that chance, sir. Your next court date is going to be May 12th at 2:30.
Okay.
If you because of the file that I see in front of me, I'm certain that the judge will issue another warrant, and that if you end up picked up on a warrant with me, that I'm not going to let you out next time.
I understand, ma'am. It's not going to happen.
So the additional orders are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs while this case is pending. Have no contact with the alleged victim, do not go to the incident locations of the trespass or shoplift, and that you abide by previous conditions of release. There's also a note on here that the civil charges are in default. So you'll be able to deal with that at your next court date, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You're excused. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm released. Okay, I'm released.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Jonathan Riley Breton.
Mr. Breton, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here on charges of assault, disorderly conduct, and unlawful imprisonment. Those are domestic violence charges. You also have a speeding charge. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice. In certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today, sir. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for your future court date, and that you could have absolutely no contact with Lauren Sargent, would you be able to abide by that condition and appear at your next court date?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I will order that you are released on your promise to appear. The additional orders are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, have absolutely no contact of any kind with Lauren Sargent, do not go to her residence or workplace, and I am ordering consolidating civil charges from Tucson City Court into this matter. Your next court date is May 13th at 1:30. That's before Judge Million for an arraignment. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you were to be convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I will enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf today, and you are presumed to be innocent. You're excused.
Thank you so much.
I've been forgetting the arraignments. I don't know if any of them had new charges, but if they did, I was not arraigning them. Good morning. Please state your name. Mr. Daniel, this is the time for your initial appearance on charges of criminal damage and disorderly conduct. Those are domestic violence offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice. In certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. Sir, if I were to order that you be released on your promise to appear and that you have no contact of any kind with Veronica Daniel, would you be able to abide by that condition?
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you. You are going to be released today on your promise to appear for future court dates. Additional orders are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, that you commit no acts of domestic violence, that you have no contact of any kind with Veronica Daniel, do not go to her residence or workplace. I believe that's where you were living. So I am going to order that you can return one time with a law enforcement escort to pick up your belongings. You'll take your court order to the closest police station to the residence, and they will escort you there to pick up your necessary belongings. Your next court date is going to be May 13th at 1:30 for a domestic violence arraignment. If you were to fail to appear at Tucson City Court for your court date, a warrant could issue for your arrest. The hearings could go forward in your absence, including trial. And if you were convicted and then failed to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court?
Yes.
And
Yes.
I will enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf at this time, and you are presumed to be innocent, all right? You're excused.
Good
morning. Please state your name.
Angelo Herrera.
Mr. Herrera, this is the time for your initial appearance on charges of disorderly conduct. Those are domestic violence offenses. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you.
You know what? I got 2 B&Bs standing by.
We're going to talk about your conditions of release today, sir. At this time, I am going to order that you are held on a bond of $500 cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond and be released, then you are ordered to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal substances, commit no acts of domestic violence, have no contact of any kind with Yolanda Walls and Carly Walls, and do not go to their residence or their workplace. I believe you may have been living at the same residence. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So I will order that if you are released, you may return one time with a law enforcement escort to retrieve your personal belongings. You'll take my order to the closest police station, and they will escort you to the home to collect your necessary belongings. This is also being consolidated with CM 25008747. Your next court date, if you remain in custody, will be April 18th at 1:45 p.m. 1:45 p.m. And then if you are released, your next court date won't be until May 9th at 9 a.m. Either way, that'll be before Judge Cranshaw at Tucson City Court. If you were released and then failed to appear for a future court date, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes. I'll figure it out. I don't know how a bond works. I've never really been arrested with a bond.
Okay. Yeah. I think you'll be able to figure it out, but you can either post cash or you can use collateral. Okay. So that's what cash or secured means.
Okay.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Herrera? That's you? Johnson?
Good morning. Please state your name.
Michael Johnson?
Mr. Johnson, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges out of Tucson City Court, which include endangerment, unlawful imprisonment, disorderly conduct. There's 4 of those. They're all domestic violence offenses.
Excuse me. What? Those are old
Yes.
things. That's not current.
I'm about to explain, sir.
Okay.
There are 2 new charges of domestic violence, disorderly conduct, and then these other charges were all in warrant status, likely due to your failure to appear for court.
Yeah, it was a review hearing,
Yeah.
which I have been going. I have been going to the classes and all that. The review is about to see if I was going to the classes and whatnot, which I have been attending the classes every week, and I have been doing everything according to that I was supposed to be doing.
All right. Well, whatever happened with that review
did fail to.
caused the judge to issue a warrant. All right.
Right. I failed to read.
You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. It's my understanding that, hold on, give me 1 second here. That Ms. Robinson is also on the line. So before I determine your conditions of release, I'm going to ask Ms. Robinson if she has something she'd like to add. You can go ahead now, Ms. Robinson. You may need to hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello.
I can hear you now. What would you like me to know?
Okay, sorry. So I just want you to know that the altercation that happened last night, it was a verbal argument. It lasted no more than 5 minutes. I was not the one that called the officers. And we had already separated for the night. So it wasn't something that I feared for my safety, anything like that. He's not a violent person. It was nothing of that nature. And like I said, we had already separated, gone our separate ways. I was inside the house. He was outside of the house. And there was no need to have a police presence that night. My understanding is that it was one of the neighbors that had called because they felt that it was escalating, but it wasn't. And I'm okay with if he gets released or anything like that. There's no issues of any safety or anything.
Thank you for your input, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $500, cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond and be released, the additional orders that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence. I am appointing the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. Your next court date, whether you remain in custody or are released, will be April 23rd at 1:30. That will be before Judge Million for domestic violence arraignment. If you were to fail to appear for that hearing after being released, warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearing can go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear?
I do, Your Honor. I just want to know what you feel is necessary to hold me. I feel like the situation I handled correctly. I've left you know what I mean? I walked away from the problem and I went outside and I was leaving it all alone. Like, I still don't understand why you're wanting to hold me.
Sir, I don't know all the details of your situation, but I do know that you have prior domestic violence charges. You were offered a diversion. You were not appearing for your court hearings, and you now have new charges of domestic violence, which a neighbor found to be concerning enough to call the police. So,
ridiculous with stuff. They fall all the time over nothing sometimes. Like, we've had cops show up for no reason at all. Like, and it wasn't even us that they were calling about, but they still called on us.
All right.
Like,
well, I've told you everything I'm going to tell you about my ruling. I am entering pleas of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed to be innocent. You're excused. Thank you.
Luke?
Good morning. Please state your name.
Mr. Khalil.
Mr. Khalil, this is the time for your initial appearance on charges of disorderly conduct. Those are domestic violence charges. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today, sir. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for your future court dates, would you appear for your future court date?
Of course, yes, ma'am.
All right, so I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear. Your additional orders are that while this case is pending, you cannot possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs and commit no acts of domestic violence. All right, your next court date will be May 13th at 1:30. That's at Pima County Justice, that is at Tucson City Court. Apologize for that. And that will be before Judge Million for domestic violence arraignment. If you were to fail to appear for that court date, a warrant could issue for your arrest. The hearing could go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you were convicted and then failed to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. And I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf today, and you are presumed to be innocent. All right?
Thank you.
Excuse. Thank you.
Yes, senor.
No. Okay. Good morning. Please state your name.
Romelo Villasenor.
Mr. Villasenor, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of interfering with a judicial order. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am going to appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release. At this time, I'm ordering that you're being held on a bond of $500. That's cash or secured. If you are able to post bond and be released, the additional orders that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, and abide by any court orders that have previously been entered. And then your next court date, if you remain in custody, or actually either way, your next court date will be April 23rd at 1:30. If you do remain in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing. If you are released, then it'll be your responsibility to appear. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearing can also go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear?
Yes.
All right. I will enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf at this time and let you know that you are presumed to be innocent, and you're excused for today. Thank you.
Please.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Brian Joseph Fetter Place.
Number 2. All right. Mr. Fetterplace, you are here in a couple of different matters this morning. You get on new charges of domestic violence, including assault, disorderly preventing or interfering with telephone use. Those are all domestic violence offenses. Those are all out of Tucson City Court. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Let me see. If I were to order that you be released on your promise to appear for your future court dates, would you appear for your future court dates, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear. The additional orders are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, have no contact with Paul and Janet Fetterplace, do not go to their residence or their workplaces. Were you living with your parents?
Yes, I have nowhere else to go, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'm going to order that you may return one time with law enforcement to obtain any necessary personal belongings. You would take my court order to the nearest police station to the residence, and they would escort you there to obtain your necessary belongings. So I'm not sure how this is. It looks like there's a Title 36 hold. So I'm not sure that you're going to just be released. I think you may be released to a different type of facility rather than just released on your own. However, if you are released on your own, right outside of the jail, there's a trailer. It's called the Transition Center. You go in there, you can talk to them. They can help you with resources to help you find a place to go, okay? Your next court date is going to be May 19th at 10 a.m. It's very important that you appear for that court date. It's at Tucson City Court before Judge Hale. If you were to fail to appear for that court date, a warrant could issue for your arrest. The hearings could go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you were convicted and then failed to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I will enter pleas of not guilty to these charges for you today, Mr. Fetterplace. You are presumed to be innocent at this time, okay? All right. You're excused.
Mr. Lucy. Are you going outside? Yes, sir. All the way up, down the steps, far left hand side.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Benjamin Bucio.
Your Honor, if you would give me a second, let me grab counsel.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Got it for a second. Mm-hmm.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Oh my God, it's doing it again.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Thank you. Sir, would you please state your name?
Benjamin Bucio.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Bucio, you were here this morning for your initial appearance on a couple of different matters. We have new felony charges, which are of criminal trespass in the first degree. And then we also have some criminal trespass charges out of Tucson City Court, which are misdemeanors. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. In the felony matter, I am going to appoint the public defender. And in the city court matters, I believe the City of Tucson public defender has previously been appointed, and I will affirm that appointment. Let's see. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today, and in preparing for that, I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes a little bit about the circumstances of your arrest. I have also reviewed the information from pretrial services, which tells me a little bit of information about you, including their assessments, their recommendations, whether you have any previous felony criminal history and things like that. And then I reviewed the state's recommendation, and the state is recommending that you be held on a bond of $20,000. If you are able to post that bond, that you be released to pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard further?
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
Thank you. And would the defense like to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. We're talking about a Class 6 criminal trespass here. We're asking the court to consider releasing him to pretrial services in the alternative, a bond of no more than $1,100.
Thank you. All right. And does Mr. Bucio have a place to go?
Yes.
Where would you go?
My parents' house.
He would reside at his parents' house, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so I will order a bond of $1,000 cash or secured for the felony matter. If you are able to post that bond and be released, you'll be released to the custody of pretrial services. You'll be ordered to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victim, do not return to the incident location. Your next court date will be April 21st. That is at 1:30 in the afternoon at Pima County Justice Court for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that date could change, so you'll want to stay in good touch with your attorney from the Public Defender's Office. If you were to fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. And then looking at your Tucson City Court charges, I'm going to order a bond of $100 cash or secured on those. Possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. Do not go to the incident locations. Have no contact with the victims of the trespass in those cases. And your next court date for your Tucson City Court matters will be April 21st at 1:45. That is before Judge Blue at Tucson City Court. If you were to fail to appear, warrants could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
Your Honor, those the date of the preliminary hearing and the city court date are on the same day within 15 minutes of each other.
That's right. Let me see. And is Mr. Guscio expecting to bond out by then?
He says he is nodding his head affirmatively, Your Honor.
Can I just change the preliminary hearing to the next? No? Yeah, but yeah, it's April 21st. Can I change your date? Right.
You do the 24th.
Okay. I can schedule the city court date for the 24th. Is that still at 1:45? Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The only thing is that if he does remain in custody, that's a few more days before his next hearing. But if he's okay with that, then I'm okay with that. All right.
We're fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. You're excused, sir. There you go. Sorry. Here's the petition to revoke conditions. Oh, this is that one.
Like, damn, man. Come on, Clutch off. Acting like this shit is new to me. Should have known that. Leave me in the fucking look. What should I say? Godoy, G-O-D-O-Y. Feud and yeah, taking this shit to the box. Speed trial.
Good morning, sir. Was that Raymond Godoy?
Yep. Are you talking to me? Yes. I'm Raymond Godoy, Lewis.
Thank you. All right. You are here this morning for your initial appearance on a few different matters. There are new felony charges of unlawful flight from law enforcement and new misdemeanor charges of driving under the influence. And then there's a petition to revoke your probation in Tucson City Court on a charge of reckless driving.
Misdemeanor. Mm-hmm.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. And in the new felony matters, I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing. And in the Tucson City Court matters, I am appointing the City of Tucson public defender to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release, and we are going to start with the felony charge. And in preparing for that, I have reviewed the interim complaint, just describing the circumstances of the charges. I have also reviewed cases, which includes whether you were able to provide them any information. It includes their assessments and recommendations, and it lets me know whether you have any felony criminal history. I've also reviewed the state's recommendation. The state is recommending on the felony matter that you be held on a bond of $40,000. That'll be cash or secured, and if released to pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard further?
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
And defense.
Your Honor, we're asking the court to consider release to pretrial services in the alternative a bond of no more than $3,300.
Thank you.
May I say something? If it's okay.
I'll give you a moment here if you'd like.
No, I know. I'm not trying to self-criminate myself. I know what I'm doing. This ain't my first rodeo. Just know that with all this being said, I haven't had any police contact in how long? Would be that reckless driving that I got admitted. So also keep that into consideration, and and I've been doing good. I got my own place. You know what I mean? So I do work. I work for North Star, and feel free. I give you my address. Yeah. I just don't know why I'm being arrested. I was literally walking down the street. So yeah, I'm willing to take it on no bond. I should do what you gotta do. But I'm disputing it, and I'm taking this shit to trial. 90-day speedy trial, whatever you gotta do.
Okay, thank you, sir.
No plead.
I am gonna order a bond of $10,000 cash or secured. I am going to order that if you're able to post that bond, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess firearms or weapons. And then for the felony charge, your next court date is going to be April 21st for a preliminary hearing. That is at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Is it out there? And then I'm being charged for what again? For a misdemeanor or my felony? What kind of felony? What class?
Sir, the felony charge is a 5.
Class 5?
Yep.
And what is it? Unlawful flight?
Yep.
And because of that, my bond is $10,000, which is I'm not getting released to pretrial on a low charge, basically, right? You saying? Okay, yeah, I'm just clarifying. Then.
So your court date is April 21st at 1:30 at Pima County Justice Court for preliminary hearing. If you fail to appear, warrant can issue for your arrest. And then on the Tucson City Court charge, I'm going to order that you're held on a bond of $200 cash or secured. Do not drive without a valid license. Do not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. And your next on the misdemeanor, April 18th if you remain in custody, and May 7th if you are released. The April 18th date is at 1:45. The May 7th date is at 10 a.m.
What the hell? How many court dates I got? What the how many charges I got on total? I got so confused. You guys are. So I got this felony flight. I got the misdemeanor on my revoked. And you guys are charging me DUI. Okay. That's it, right? 3 charges?
So you are required to appear at those and all future hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward in your absence, including trial. And if you're convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Sir, I'll enter a plea of not guilty on the new misdemeanor charge. You are presumed to be innocent. All right?
Yeah.
You're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, you know, I ain't putting it back.
Wait.
Good. I'm not even putting it. Oh, what? I said, I'm already standing there like, please. Yeah, no, that's English. Bring it forward. Yeah. Here.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Benjamin Beamer.
Mr. Beamer, this is the time for your initial appearance on a few different matters. You have new felony charges of unlawful possession of a dangerous drug, unlawful possession of a narcotic drug, and unlawful possession of drug paraphernalia. You also have some misdemeanor charges. So there is a shoplifting charge that was in failure to appear status out of Pima County Justice Court, and then you also have a City of Tucson charge of driving under the influence that was also in failure to appear status. The City of Tucson charge goes back to 2023, and the Pima County Justice Court shoplifting charges from 2024. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney on the felony matter. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. That's the issue. And on that case, I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You also have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing. And at today's hearing, we are going to discuss your conditions of release. It looks like the new felony charges are possibly eligible for the STEPS pre-indictment diversion program. That is a program that if you were successfully to be accepted into and then complete, it's possible that the state would not go forward with the felony drug charges. It involves substance abuse treatment, things like that. Are you interested in that program, sir?
Yes, I am.
So I will set your case for a hearing to determine if you are eligible for that program. That'll be on April 18th at 9 a.m. I do believe you only get one chance to show up for that. So if you end up being released, and you'll want to make sure that you show up for that hearing. And then I have reviewed information from pretrial services. I have reviewed the interim complaint describing the circumstances surrounding your arrest. And then I have reviewed the state's recommendation, which is that on the felony matter, you be released to pretrial services. I would generally be inclined to release you to pretrial services, aside from the failure to appear history over the last 2 years on your misdemeanor cases. I'm not sure if you want a moment to discuss with counsel if you have any information to provide about why you were not appearing for your misdemeanor cases.
Your Honor, he now has a stable address. He's back with his parents. He'll be able to make his court dates.
All right. Sir, I am going to give you a chance to appear on all of your matters. So on the felony, I am going to release you to pretrial services. And you'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess any firearms or weapons. Usually for a felony offense, the state would have to bring an indictment at a preliminary hearing within 20 days. However, in order to give time to see if you will be accepted into the STEPS program, would you be willing to waive that to 45 days?
Sure.
Was that a yes? Sorry.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. So then your preliminary hearing date will be set for May 26th at 1:30.
Is that the 26th or the 25th, Your Honor?
26. That's what I have on the sheet here, but it keeps telling me it's a holiday or a weekend. May 26th, can you double check that? Okay. So it'll be May 27th because May 26th is Memorial Day. All right. Is there anything else I need to do on?
Is that at 1:30, Your Honor?
Yes. And it's possible that if you are accepted into the diversion program, that your pretrial hearing or preliminary hearing will not go forward. So just stay in touch with your attorney so you are aware of your court dates. And then on the Pima County Justice Court matter, your next court date will be April 21st. That is at 8:30 in the morning with Judge Pesquiera.
That's at Justice Court?
Yep.
Okay.
And then I'm just ordering no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim of the shoplifting. Do not return to that location. And then finally for Tucson City Court, I am going to order that your next court date is May 19th. That's at 9 a.m. That is before Judge Mayhew for a pretrial conference. And you're ordered not to drive without a valid driver's license, possess or consume no alcohol or illegal substances. And then if you were to fail to appear for any of these court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Okay, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All
Yes,
right.
Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Go back out.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Hello, Escobar.
Mr. Esquivel, you're here this morning for your initial appearance on a new felony charge of aggravated domestic violence. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release, and you do have counsel seated next to you for today's purposes. I have reviewed information provided by the interim complaint, which explains some of the circumstances surrounding the charges. And then I have reviewed pretrial services information, which lets me know whether you have any felony criminal history. It also lets me know if they were able to speak with the alleged victim, if they were able to speak with you, and whether they have any assessments or recommendations. And then I've reviewed the state's request. The state is requesting that you be held on a bond of $30,000 and that if you are released, you be released to pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard any further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. And defense.
Your Honor, we're asking the court to consider a release to pretrial services in the alternative a bond of no more than $3,300.
Okay, I am seeing a pretty significant history of domestic violence, so I'm going to order a bond of $10,000 cash or secured. And sir, if you are released, you'll be released to the custody of pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment, alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. No contact at all with the alleged victim. We were not able to speak with her. I don't know her position. I'm ordering no contact that starts immediately, okay? That could be changed if she wants to reach out to the prosecutor's office and change it in the future, but for right now, that's the order. Your next court date is going to be April 21st at 1:30. That'll be for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that court date can change, so make sure to keep in touch with your attorney. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. You're excused. Please state your name.
Dwayne William Happy.
Mr. Happy, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of possession of a weapon by a prohibited possessor. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today. I have reviewed the interim complaint, and that contains information surrounding the charges. And then I have reviewed the information provided by pretrial services that lets me know if you have any felony criminal history. It also would include any information that you provided to pretrial services, as well as their assessments and recommendations. And I've reviewed the state's recommendation, which is that you be held on a bond of $30,000, and if released to pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard further?
Nothing in addition to the form, Your Honor.
Thank you. And defense.
Your Honor, we're asking the court to release him to pretrial services. This is someone who has full-time employment available, and he hasn't had a felony conviction since 2008. That's very remote in time. He's remained trouble-free.
Just returned from work after 2 months of living and being on medical, so I don't got the money to bail out anyway.
What was that last bit? Sorry, did you say something?
He's returned back to work after being out on a medical leave, Your Honor. So if the court's not inclined to release to pretrial services, we would ask for a bond of no more than $1,100. But due to the remoteness of his criminal history, we feel that pretrial release is appropriate.
Sir, I don't want you to lose your job, but you're pointing a gun at someone, so I am ordering a bond of $10,000, cash or secured. You'll be released to pretrial services if you're able to post it. Monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. If you have any weapons at all in your possession, any firearms in your possession, when you are released, you must surrender them to local law enforcement. You may not keep them in your possession. Your next court date is going to be April 21st. That is at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's for a preliminary hearing. If you fail to appear for that court date, a warrant can issue for your arrest, all right? Do you understand?
He understands, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Judge. Is there, and I can not even know with it, only with on my brother. I don't even know his number. Anybody got a employer? I'm gonna collect on that. No, you give your employer's number, they can call and verify. How do I do that? That's it. PD find PD find out who your attorney is and explain the situation like the job.
Tails. Good morning. Please state your name.
Robert Hill.
Mr.
Your Honor.
You were here this morning on charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and endangerment. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. This morning, we are going to talk about your conditions of release on these felony charges. And to prepare for that, I have reviewed information provided by the interim complaint, which is the circumstances surrounding your arrest. I've also reviewed pretrial services reports, which would let me know whether you have any felony criminal history. It lets me know if you were able to provide any information to them and what their assessments and recommendations are about you. And then I reviewed the state's recommendation. The state is asking that you be held on a bond of $60,000 and that if you are released, you be released to the custody of pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor. This is a particularly egregious and dangerous offense that was involving a road rage incident where the defendant is alleged to have shot at the other driver, breaking the window, and the bullet was found still lodged in the seat. So the state's particularly concerned about the public at large.
Thank you. And defense?
Your Honor, this is somebody who has full-time employment. He has no prior felony history. We're asking the court to consider pretrial release, but in the alternative, a bond of no more than $5,500. Daughter to she's 10. He also has child care responsibilities, Your Honor.
Great. I'm going to order a bond of $15,000 cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. You must submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. No firearms or weapons. Sir, if there are any firearms in your possession after you are released, you must turn them in to local law enforcement. You may not possess them any longer. No contact with the alleged victim. Don't go to their residence or workplace.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your next court date is going to be April 21st. That is at 1:30 in the afternoon. That is for a preliminary hearing. If you fail to appear for your future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Great, thank you. You're excused.
Very attorney can file a motion to address your Okay. Thank you, sir.
Biddy C?
Morning, sir. Please state your name.
Andrew Livingston.
Mr. Livingston, this is the time for your initial appearance on a few new charges. The first are some felony drug charges, and it looks like the state is moving to dismiss those charges, so I will order that those are dismissed without prejudice at this time. And then we also have a driving with a suspended license charge out of Marana City Court. If I ordered that you were released on your promise to appear for your next court date, in that case, would you appear for your court date, sir?
Absolutely.
Yes. So I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear. Your next court date is going to be May 28th at 10 a.m. at Marana City Court. The additional orders are that you may not drive if you don't have a driver's license and a valid driver's license, and you may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. If you fail to appear for your future court date, a warrant can issue for your arrest, sir. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused. Good morning. Please state your name.
Mildred Morales Arvayo.
Thank you. Ms. Morales, you're here this morning. Assault and domestic violence endangerment. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in this matter. I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. I have reviewed the interim complaint. I have also reviewed information from pretrial services. And the state is requesting that you be held without bond. Let me take, and it looks like you are also being held on a federal warrant. That is not before me this morning. So regardless of what I ordered in this case, you would not be released until that was resolved. And let's see. And what is the basis for the request that the defendant be held on no bond?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that the defendant was on release with probation.
So I definitely know that the state can request that if someone was on pretrial release for a felony when they pick up another felony. I'm not sure if it's also for probation. Do you have a citation for that?
I do not, Your Honor. In the alternative, the state would request a $10,000 bond.
Okay. And defense?
Yes, Your Honor, yes. Setting a bond would be appropriate. In light of the fact that she does have the federal hold, we're asking the court to set a nominal bond in this matter.
Okay. All right, so I am going to order the $10,000 cash or secured. You'll be released to pretrial services if you are able to post bond and your federal hold is resolved. In that instance, you'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess firearms or weapons. If you have any firearms, you must surrender them to local law enforcement. We were not able to talk with the alleged victims. So at this point in time, I am ordering no contact with the alleged victims, no returning to their residence. Is that where you were living?
No, I was staying at my brother's house.
Okay. All right. Your next court date is going to be April 21st. That's at 1:30 in the afternoon for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that court date will change, so you'll want to stay in touch with your attorney. If you were to be released and then fail to appear for your court dates, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
You said again.
Right.
So how much would I have to pay from him? For fine.
I did $1,000 and we're able to the rest, but you've got that federal. So if you're in the federal, so it's
So I would have to take care of the federal one first.
yes.
And if I don't, how long would it take for them to get me from federal?
Well, it's that they won't pick you up until this is resolved, until it's resolved.
All right, thank you. Go back out to the city for emails. Sandoval? No, it's fine.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Alba Sandoval.
Ms. Sandoval, this is the time for your initial appearance on charges of possession of dangerous drugs for sale, possession of a narcotic drug, possession of drug paraphernalia. So these are the new felony charges. We also have some older misdemeanor charges. And those include some 2019 charges of possession of narcotic drug, possession of dangerous drug, and possession of drug paraphernalia out of Pima County. Oh, nope, those are also felonies. And then we have a 2019 charge for shoplifting out of Marana and for drug paraphernalia out of Marana. On all of these matters, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the felony matters. In certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf in the misdemeanor matters. And we're going to talk about your conditions of release. We're going to start with the felonies. You have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing. In considering your conditions of release, I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services. I have also reviewed the interim complaint on the new charges. And I reviewed the state's recommendation. And it looks like I have recommendations that you be released to pretrial services on one of those and held on a bond of $500 on the other because of the $500 warrant that was issued.
That's right.
Your case. With the state.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You cut out for a second. Could you say that again?
Oh, yes. The recommendation I have is that on one of the, I think the newer felony charges that she be released to pretrial services, and on the older felony charges that should be held on a bond of $500. Is that correct?
It is. And then the new case should be eligible for steps.
Okay. Is there anything else from the state? Defense.
Your Honor, we're asking for release to pretrial services on both of these. It wouldn't make any sense to release her to pretrial on one and not the other. And she would be able to better take advantage of the STEPS program, Your Honor.
Okay.
And she also has full-time employment, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, I'm going to give you one more chance to appear on these charges. If you fail to appear, I'm certain a warrant is going to issue for your arrest. And if you end up back here in front of one of us on an initial appearance, it's very, very unlikely that we will order that you're released to pretrial services. So the rules are you have to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Your next court date will be, let's see, is this the new one? Or is this, which one is this? This is the old one. So on the 2019 charges, your next court date will be April 18th at 1:30. That is for an arraignment. What day of the week is that? April 18th. Okay. That'll be before Judge Knatzer for an arraignment. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. And then on the new felony charges, I'm going to set a STEPS hearing on April 18th at 9 a.m. So you'll have court at 9 a.m. to see if you're eligible for the pre-indictment diversion program, and at 1:30 for your arraignment. On the old charges, what? No, on the other one. Because she has old drug charges and new drug charges. So this is the new one. And then would you like to waive time on your preliminary hearing from 20 days to 45 days to see if you are accepted into the STEPS program?
That means the state would have 20 longer to indict you. They wanted to just waive that so that you can have time to go into STEPS. We'll waive some time, Your Honor.
All right.
If she's going to be released.
That hearing will be May 27th at 1:30.
And did the court appoint the public defender, Your Honor?
Yeah. And then finally, for the charges out of Marana City Court, your court date will be May 28th. That is at 10 a.m. for a case management conference. No contact with the alleged victim. Sorry, no contact of the alleged victim of the shoplifting. Do not return to that incident location. Don't possess any alcohol or illegal drugs. And then you've got a lot of court dates because your cases are in different statuses and different jurisdictions. If you fail to appear for any of them, that warrant can issue for your arrest, okay? All right, thank you. You're excused. Thank you.
Good morning, Sarai Santa Maria.
Santa Maria, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on new felony charges of possession of a dangerous drug and possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the legal defender's office to represent you. You also have counsel seated with you for the purposes of today's hearing, where we are going to discuss your conditions of release. In preparing for that discussion, I have reviewed the interim complaint. I've also reviewed information from pretrial services and the state's recommendations. It looks like you may be eligible for the STEPS pre-indictment diversion program. That is a program in which if you are accepted, you would be required to complete some substance abuse treatment. And if you're successful, it's possible the state would not proceed with the felony drug charges. Are you interested in that program?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I will set your case for a hearing to determine if you are eligible for that program. That hearing will be on April 18th at 9 a.m. And then the state is recommending that you be released to pretrial services, and I am inclined to release you to pretrial services. Does anyone have anything further they need to add on that?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing from the. Thank you. And your next, then for the preliminary hearing, that usually has to occur within 20 days for the state to determine if they are going to bring an indictment against you. I'm asking if you would like to waive that to 45 days to give time to see if you're going to be accepted into that pre-indictment diversion program.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, great. So your preliminary hearing date will be May 27th. That's at 1:30 in the afternoon at Pima County Justice Court. And if you were to fail to appear for court, a warrant could issue for your arrest. However, if you're accepted into the STEPS program, that hearing probably will not go forward. So it's important to be in touch with your attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
The STEPS hearing is going to be at Superior Court.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Martin?
Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
Martin Elvin Shop.
Mr. Schock, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of burglary and possession of burglary tools. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. And I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Okay. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today, and I have reviewed information preparing for that. So I reviewed the interim complaint describing the circumstances of the charges. I have reviewed information from pretrial services, which tells me a little bit of information about you and their assessments and recommendations. And then I have reviewed the state's request. They're recommending that you be released to pretrial services, and I am inclined to release you to pretrial services. Does anyone need to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
Not from the. Thank you. So, sir, the rules will be that you are required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You're not allowed to possess any alcohol or illegal drugs. You're not allowed to possess any firearms or weapons during this time. You cannot have any contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location. And your next court date is going to be May 1st. That is at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. Let's see. That will be at Pima County Justice Court. Sir, if you were to fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. You're excused.
Go, Cameron.
Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
Cameron Shaw.
Mr. Shaw, you are here this morning for an initial appearance. It looks like you were arrested on a warrant out of Santa Cruz County for charges of possession of a narcotic drug, trafficking in stolen property, and I think theft of a means of transportation. A warrant was issued for your arrest. And let's see. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. All right. And it looks like this case was previously dismissed and then refiled. Were you aware that it had been refiled, sir?
No, ma'am. I'm twice and dismissed twice.
Okay. And if I were to order that you were released to pretrial, actually, I think for an out of county, I can't do that. If I ordered that you were released on your promise to appear for that case, would you make arrangements to appear in that court? I'm going to order that. And it's going to be on you to reach out to that courthouse, either on your own or through counsel, and obtain a court date and appear for that court date. If you don't do that, they're going to issue another warrant. And if the court sees that you were here today on this warrant and then you were picked up on it again, you're unlikely to be released. You're likely to just be transferred to their jail, okay? So it's very important to do that. It looks like oh no, I don't have to do that because I'm releasing you. All right. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then you are excused for today.
All right, thank you.
Counseling?
Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning. I'm Cameron Townsley.
This is the time for your initial appearance. You were here this morning on charges of armed robbery, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you. You also have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing. And today we're going to talk about your conditions of release on these charges. I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services. I have reviewed the state's recommendations, and the state is recommending that you be held on a bond of $30,000. And I've reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances of the offense. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor. The concern with this case is that it appears that it was coordinated and planned, and in addition to having a rifle and hitting somebody with it.
Thank you. Defense?
Your Honor, this is somebody who has part-time employment, a stable residence, and no prior felony history. We would ask, if the court's not inclined to release to pretrial services, we would ask for a bond of no more than $3,300.
All right, I am going to order a bond of $5,000. That'll be cash or secured. If you are released, sir, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess any firearms or weapons. You must surrender any firearms that are in your possession.
Is the court appointed public defender, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
You may not have any contact of any kind with the alleged victim. You may not return to the victim's residence or workplace. You may not return to the incident location. Let's see. What kind of employment does Mr. Townsley have? And just want to ask, does he just work in the back of the store doing only baking, or does he interact with customers?
Customers.
Okay. And is there always a supervisor present?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm also going to order, sir, that you're not allowed to have contact with minors unless they are your direct household members or their customers and your supervisor is present, okay?
Yes.
All right. Your next court date is April 21st at 1:30. That's for a preliminary hearing. If you fail to appear after being released, then a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. You're excused.
Sorry.
Lamar?
I think girls, man. Just girl, if you want problems. It's very nice to be honest. Yeah, if you don't say anything here, no.
It's not like one we can
Please state your name, sir.
Rosario Zamora.
Mr. Zamora, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of aggravated assault, domestic violence. That's a class 3 felony. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release, and you do have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of this hearing. I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding your arrest. I have reviewed information from pretrial services, which includes whether you have any felony criminal history, and if so, what that is. It includes information about you that you provided or your references provided, and the pretrial services assessments and recommendations. And the state has recommended that you be held on a bond of $30,000. Would the state like to be heard further? No. Thank you. Defense?
Your Honor, we're asking the court to consider release to pretrial services. If the court's not inclined to do that, he is disabled. He's a man of limited means. We would ask for a bond of no more than $1,100. Please don't do it. Sorry. She is all. Well, you need to get some help because he needs this treatment. You know. Certain charges that we're looking to already charged. That's a charge. Why do you have to talk to your Senate attorney about this? This hearing's not about the facts of the case. Okay.
I am going to order a bond of $10,000 cash and secured. If you're released, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. No contact with the electric.
from the world is to find whatever. This woman has done this completely many times. I've been on probation, been doing well, I've been doing everything right. This woman is hiding something. She put in fake allegations on me. I did not do nothing wrong. I was outside when the cops came. She is lying. I protected her by not saying nothing about her. I don't deserve to be here. I'm a good guy. I've been doing a lot for this woman. You know what I mean? This is not the place for that. But that's fine. But that's what makes...
You should stay away from this woman. And I'm wondering that.
I was outside, man. I'm like, this is bullshit. I wasn't doing nothing wrong. I was sitting there when the cops came. Okay. Like, I didn't even know she called the cops on me. And then she has a blister on her lip and she's saying that I did something to her. Okay. And I went to trial beating the other cases against her also. I beat it because she keeps doing the same thing. But I avoid her, but I help her out at the same time. This is wrong. She's doing something wrong, and I disagree with this. Okay. I'd be in trouble every day if this was happening. I don't hit women. I don't do none of this stupid stuff. You know what I mean? I've been trying. I go to folk. I go to class. I go to Monday, Thursday, Wednesday. You know what I mean? I do whatever, but whatever I have to do. But I struggle. I walk like 10 miles a day just to get to class, back and forth from the bus stop. Too cold. You know what I mean? That's the struggle as it is. And that's not even feeding myself or taking care of myself or whatever. All right, you've expressed yourself. This, I can't do jail when I'm trying so hard. This woman is fake charges. There's no reason for these charges.
All right.
I did not press charges on her. I did not say nothing. She's lying because of whatever she's up to. I avoided it. Sat outside for hours all day yesterday. You got to sit in the sun. Then all of a sudden, cops come. No. You check her history or whatever. These are fake allegations. I don't deserve to be in jail, ma'am.
It's your history that's in front of me today, sir. And I do.
Yeah, history that I won off the trial, ma'am.
I do see at least 3 prior misdemeanor convictions for domestic violence
trial. You're the same woman that keeps lying.
And there were convictions, sir. Okay, so
a trial that I won.
Your next court date is April 21st at 1:30. That's for a preliminary hearing. If you fail to appear for that hearing, if you postpone, all right, then you won't have to worry about it. Thank you. You're excused.
Was it the public defender appointed? Your Honor, was the public defender appointed?
It was
the public defender. You're excused.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay.
All right, that's all I have. Anybody have anything else?
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you all.
No, thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Absolutely.
Thank you.